Good morning, everyone. Welcome aboard Flying with Mike. We are sitting here in Jacksonville, Florida, prepping up for a flight up to Mid-America Airport. As you can see, the gas truck's up to the plane, hooked in. Loaders are hooked in and ready to load us jetways to the plane, GPU running. All we need to do is get up in the cockpit and get ourselves running as well up to Mid-America. Welcome, Web Gear. Hope you're having a great day. Not a problem. Enjoy lurking about. Feel free to pop in from time to time and give us a chat. But thanks for joining us. So, folks, like I said, we are sitting here in Jacksonville. Let's kind of zoom it out a little. There we go. Kind of get a, we'll even get a little further out. Let's do it. There we go. So we're in the terminals here at Jacksonville are kind of midfield, in between both runways. We're sitting in the C5 gate. So giving you just kind of a little bit of the lay of the land. Yeah, there's Jacksonville International, folks. The naval base isn't far away and all of that good stuff the Navy has here. But we're sitting in C Charlie 5. So let's hop up into the cockpit and see what kind of damage, see how good of a flight we can do today. So here we go. All right, so we're up in the cockpit, A320-200, and well, quite frankly, we're already powered up. We've got our flight plan in hand. We've actually even got some of the checklist itself accomplished to the point where we have the APU running, we have the aircraft EFB loaded. We're just waiting on the packs to actually walk on board, which technically they have when you load the EFB. But real quick, hang on just a second. Okay, sorry for that interruption, folks. My daughter stopped by to use the hairdryer and is on her way out, so just wanted to say goodbye. But anyway, we'll get back into the flight now, shall we? So basically, I'm going to bring some toolkit up. It's the easiest way to take a look at this flight and see exactly what we're going to try to pull off today. Let's get it a little bigger for now. Okay, so as you can see the flight line there, Jacksonville is where the airplane is, up to the top of the lines where Mid-America is. We got a line of thunderstorms, actually a couple of them out there, that we'll be working around. Let's see here. Last I checked, and we can see Houston's up and running, but so far nobody over in this portion. We'll see what happens as time goes on. I am going to go ahead and get my flight plan on file real quick with VATSIM. Feel free, folks, if you want to grab plane of your choice. I'd love to have you flying along with us up to Scott Air Force Base, Mid-America Airport. It's an hour and 42 minutes en route, and we'll be at flight level 380. So hang on a second and file. Okay. Yeah, I meant to do that earlier and got trying to still work out this checklist. I had it working one day and now it's not. Don't know what I did wrong. But anyway, no big deal. We'll just work with it. So the flight plan has been filed. So here in a moment, I'm going to go ahead and bring us up online on VATSIM. And then that way you all can kind of scurry around because, you know, I'm in X-Plane. If you're in Microsoft Flight Sim, Charlie 5 may be the spot you spawn into. Who knows? Hope not, but you never know how the sims differ in the way they lay out their airfields. So, for today's flight, we are going to run with a load sheet. Again, it's 160 people. I'm going to break that down a little further for you in a, well, no, I can't. I've already gotten past that point in Professional Flight Planner. So we're going to have a payload of 13,840 pounds. That's 160 people plus about 400 kilos of cargo. Fuel for today, let's not go with this number. We're actually going with, hang on a second, 9,030 kilograms. The disparity between the two was enough for me to err on Professional Flight Planner this time. And I tried a whole bunch of different fuel policy options I have in it. None of them would get close, so I thought let's err on caution and go with a little bit more fuel. And we're only talking, what, about 200 at the most? No big deal. So, again, you see the flight plan, Arnie 2 to AMG to MCN to Atlanta to Nashville to ENL, which is Centralia, and into Mid-America. Easy flight plan, folks. Easy flight. Total flight time today looks like at about 1 hour and 42 minutes once airborne. So let's get to it, shall we? Now we're going to have to program the FMC because I didn't get that loaded in. It's actually not really all that complicated, so piece of cake. So we're going to go ahead, pull Sim Toolkit now. And let's continue where I left off at. We'll catch up here as we need to. All right, so we've already done the preliminary cockpit prep, which was get the ground generator turned on and hooked up to the plane. Now, the plane at that point is not running on the ground unit. You have to turn it on in the cockpit. Made sure the thrust levers were at idle. We also moved them to make sure they'll move. Engine let me just, instead of talk, let's show. Down here, engine levers right here. Thrust masters are right here and they're off, and the switch is in normal. Speed brakes, make sure they're retracted and no white bars showing. If the white bar is, they're armed. We don't want them armed in this phase of flight. I always make sure the flaps are up and the radar's off. From here, we just kind of push up. So we're going to go up to the middle panel. Here's the landing gear. Make sure it's down. A cold and dark plane, meaning no batteries. There'll be 0 lights right here. Okay, once we assure the landing gear lever is down, if we are powered, and we got the 3 green. Hey, overachieving. Great. Glad to see it. And then we come up to the top and we make sure the wipers are off, and they're located right here and here. Then we move into what's called the power up. It's just 2 quick steps. Click battery 1. You'll get an off light here on battery 2. Click battery 2. Now they're both on. You'll see the 3 green below us if you were completely dark. And then you click external power. That'll be lit here. That's when the external power cart outside the plane becomes what's generating the power on board. Okay, I've got 1 step to do from the last step I finished before we started this stream. We'll get to that here in a second. Then we went and made sure our lighting is all set up correctly. The strobes were on, auto, the nav lights on the 2 for this flight. Seatbelts and no smoking were on. Armed the emergency lights. And made sure my lighting is set the way I want. And it already is. Then we got the EFB all set up. Then we came back, fired up the APU, which includes a fire test up here. And then we click master switch on, drop down to the middle panel, make sure we get a flap open. Then we come up and click the start. When it turns to avail, we can then disconnect from ground power, which we have just done. So, hang on a second here. The CEO is chiming in. Oh. All right. Yeah, she's had to go to work today. It's first day back to the office at Washington University since March of 2020. I know for some of you it's even further back than that, but for her, sometime in March of 2020 when she came home. Today she had to go back. Granted, one day, and it's going to be 1 day a week, but she's back at work. So hopefully that's a sign that maybe we're turning the corner and we're going to end this COVID crap, because it's really crap in my eyes. All right, let's see here. Really, Centralia, Ontario, Canada. Wow, was a World War II training base. I don't think this one was a World War II training base, because Scott Air Force Base was. This is just a little strip in a field, if you will, with a ramp to service a couple of the major, stuff that goes on in Centralia, which isn't much. But that is really interesting that it was a Centralia up in Ontario, Canada. Cool. Huh. Interesting, interesting. All right, so now that we've completed the APU start, let's get in here and get the overhead panel set up so we can get the McDo going and we can get going. All right, so very simple here. Here's your, well, we're just going to come up the panel first. So we're going to make sure we have no faults except for these two, which are known to happen until we're aligned with our inertial reference system up here. Also, these faults will be there because the engines aren't running. Okay, so we're just going through, and then we're going to get to the ADIRs, go to Nav, we're going to get Align, and then under the word ADIRs, we're looking for On BAT. There it is. All that's telling us is it will work if the engine generators and the APU generators fail. We can still get our navigation data off our battery by using our battery, not off the battery. That'd be a heck of a battery, wouldn't it? All right, so pressing on, we just got... That's what I get for sipping coffee. I missed the on bat. Okay, so we are now up and going. I'm going to just to make sure. Okay, line. Okay, why isn't number 3 going to battery? Okay. Oh, maybe it won't. All right, well, we're going to press on and hope for the best and hope we get into Mid-America with no other problems. We've had a couple of other things prior to the stream come on that have been weird with this plane, of course, today, and it continues. All right, so with those, we have the strobes, the seatbelts, the emergency lights all set down here, the nav light on 2. If you put it on 1, folks, all it is the light in front of it that's lit up. There's 2 lights in your wingtip. Second. Let's do this. See if I can make it easy on this wing. Okay, so as you look at I'm going to come up a little here. So as you look at it here, folks, this is your strobe. This is the nav 2 light. This is the nav 1. Basically, it's just a different light bulb we're looking at to make sure everything's running right. I haven't shown that in a while. I thought this would be a good time. Gonna see if we're gonna end up with any kind of a problem here in a minute. Okay, so back up top. So we're checking our lights as we go up, make sure the landing elevation is set to auto. That way as we get close to Mid-America, it'll automatically get it set correctly for our landing altitude. Okay, fuel pumps. 1, 2, center. Turn them all on. It'll use what has fuel in it. Now we're going to do the fire checks for engine 1 and engine 2. Okay, we got the audible and the visual up there. Got 2 visuals here for the master caution plus the engine fire warning on the engine system. As we push down, we're going to also look for a fire indication under engine 1's master switch. Good test. And then one more. Okay, got a good audible. Everything's lit up. My 2 master caution or warnings are lit. Fire is lit there as well as below there. Good checks on both. Okay. And then we're going to look at the left side here, or the right side coming up. I always turn hot air and this on, and we don't have to worry much about radio number 3. In the middle, we make sure the anti-skid and nose wheel steering switches to the on position. The brake fan right above it, right across from the 3 green, is off at the moment, as well as the auto brakes. They'll come on at a later checklist item as we approach the runway. Panning down, we make sure our 2 ADR or McDo's are lit up and functional. They are that way. We'll be checking the functionality real quick. And our radios need to be set. 122 800 VATSIM. And then a fun one I like to set. Whoop, went too far. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Over here we'll set the International Guard channel or Maydays, as well as a Unicom channel. There we go. And then we're going to also turn the microphone on. That way when you're on VATSIM, folks, you'll be able to talk to them. Same if you're on POSCON, probably Pilot's Edge, probably IVAO. Just make sure if you're not able to communicate, first thing to look at, then go up here and look at your microphones. While we're at it, coming online. And that, folks, concludes our basic preliminary checks. The only other thing I want to do down here is, first off, let me get my flight plan in here. Okay, we got our flight plan. I want to set our TCAS. Hit clear twice so it clears it out, then just type it in. And we're just using the default IFR squawk of 2000. We'll go ahead and show this off. If you're having problems reaching out to a controller and they keep telling you to squawk mode C, and yet you don't see mode C to click on here, come to your TCAS system. Depending on the plane, you may have to just turn the TARA switch, which will also have standby, maybe altitude select and so forth on it. Just click it one notch till you see Mode C. In the Airbus 320, which is the one at hand that we're more concerned with, let me zoom down. Okay, TCAS looks like this. Get it over a little. This switch up here, we're not going to worry about. Yes, it says standby here. See, if I move it to TA, TARA, it doesn't do anything. This switch, however, shows it's an auto, which means it should. Put that in big quotes, folks. Should do what we want it to do. It doesn't. You got to click it over to on, then you get Mode C. We're going to leave it in auto for now. We're not ready for them yet, so I don't want them bugging me until I'm ready. All right, so hang on a second. All right, so it's time to set up the McDo. And now we're going to do this the way my checklist says, even though it's not my favorite way. But first, if for some reason you need to get back here to find out what nav, AirNac you're running on, what nav, all you got to do is click Data, then this line select by aircraft status puts you right there. Now, key features on here. We're going to make sure the engines are correct, but for sure check this line out here. This is the navigation data that's inside your McDo. We're coming up on it right now. We're a day away, I think. Yeah, tomorrow it updates. So be ready for that, folks. You'll be, if you want to stay current, up to date with the latest, greatest nav data, and I know a lot of you do, that's tomorrow. So you'll have to update that. We're going to use the other one for now. We're going to also, in a moment, bring up Sim Toolkit as well. But for the first part of this, all we're going to do is click the INIT button, put our from and to in. We're at Kilo, Juliet Alpha X-Ray, / got to do it just as you see it here. Enter. We don't have any flight plans, so we click none and go on. Flight number for today, we're going to go AAY 0572, and this does not transmit, folks, so don't worry what you put in there. All right. We didn't really go over it, but the cost index for today, which is basically an airline-derived number for performance of the aircraft, do they want it to, does it need to hurry within the scheduled timelines, or can they sip some fuel a little bit and save money there? This is where that number derives up. Plus it gives you how fast you climb, how fast you cruise, and so forth. Today's flight is a whopping number 5. Flight level for today is 38,000, so we can just simply put 380. If you know the cruise flight level, temperature, / and that number. Otherwise, put it in and it'll go with default. Then you can click wind over here and request it. It'll plug it in. Do the same for the next one, and then you return. Now we do need to do the IRS INT, so we go up here, click on it, and then we click Align on Reference, and we confirm it. And now the system is beginning to align. Currently, all we're going to see is GPS primary lost. I think it says GPS primary when it's aligned. And you'll get a message on this one, and on this one. Both of these will say GPS primary. I believe that's the text. Okay, so we'll click Return. And then resume our checklist. Now, I kind of want to differ so badly on this, but I'm going to go with what they're telling us. Click the right arrow, click Wait Request. That does not look right. It is right. Oh, how shame on me. That is our correct data. Perfect. Okay. Once we've done that, they want us to then go to the Perf page. Okay. Now this is where things get a little tricky. I am just going to simply pull up. You can't get simple data. Yes, it does have a RAM air turbine web gear. Hang on, I'll bring it up. It is located. I found it once before. Where are you hiding? Oh, here it is, right here. This is in the event that you lose your engines and you need or electrical or hydraulics. You can drop it out. It's a little probe that sticks out with a prop on it or something to make it spin up to give you power. So there it is. And back down to here. All right, now you can see we have GPS primary here, and everything is the way you're used to seeing the oh, come on, Mike, electronic. Basically, this is your primary flight display, nav display. I'm learning a new airplane and getting different terms all screwed up in my head, but they're all looking like they should. So all we do is click clear here, which will clear it out of that nav display. Oops, got to go a little lower. Clear here will clear it out of that one. All right, so back to the aircraft. To get these V speeds, since SimBrief will not give them to you, they don't have the profiles in there to be able to set it up. Like even if you give it a cost index, it still will not give you V speeds. So, Professional Flight Planner, which looks like this, is a payware device. Well, I've got to do this first. Okay, you're going to be stubborn today. I love it when it's going to be stubborn. There we go. Okay, so there you go. You can see it now. Let me just make sure one other is going to work. It's going to be, I'm glad I did this. There it is. Okay. So, I just wanted to make sure the other one that we're going to use is working as well. So this is how it comes out. This is its operating flight plan look. I kind of like it a little more than SimBrief, only because it's easier to see things. But it does have aircraft profiles in it and will give you V speeds. Now these are current as of about 1500 Zulu, so they're a little old in the data with the weather. So we're not going to run with the Professional Flight Planner. We're going to go with TopCat. All right, now TopCat is from the same company. It is payware, as is Professional Flight Planner. You can actually bundle them. It's not that expensive, folks. But you can then send your flight data into TopCat. Here, verify your numbers, and then it'll help produce it. So we'll go to Takeoff. Then we're going to click Update, which just updated the airfield weather. And that was as of 1556, so it's about 30 minutes old. I think the other one was 1400 when I updated. So we're about an hour old on the data I have in Professional Flight Plan. So this is more current, 260 at 5. Temperature's 31, you can see it there. We do have a dry runway, which is good. All we have to do here, make sure the runway's right. We are going off runway 26. Click Compute. Gives it a second. And there we go. And the numbers have not changed. Now, as you look at that, that's 66. Now, we can go all the way down to 63. Actually, we can go all the way down we want. But these are the more economical on the engines. We go to 63, we'll have flex of 63 degrees, meaning we're going to operate the engines as if it was 63 degrees. So they're going to be powered back to push you through, which I don't understand. I don't understand the flexing and the derating and all. So I just go with what it tells me here. But 66 degrees will only give us a margin of 200 feet. Now with the 67 that we flew a couple days ago, folks, it came in pretty close on that. So I'm going to try it again here. So that means 149, 149, and 152 respectively here. 1, 5, 2. Your transition altitude, just make sure it's correct. Now these numbers here, your thrust reduction and acceleration numbers, they can be updated. However, I don't know the formulas or what's needed to. There's a site I go to that another simmer black box 711 does. I think it's 711. Anyway, he has a great page where you can get most of what's in Europe. So, unfortunately, in the US, not so much. Same with the engine out, by the way. However, we can work with this. We saw our flex was to be 66. Yeah. Put that in. And our flaps, they're going to be, I didn't check that. We're going to be flaps 3. And our trim doesn't show. Oh, they're showing down 5. I had up 5. Okay. And you know what? We can check that. Okay, so we'll go over here, revisit. Yeah, we're showing up 5 here. Top Cat was showing down 5. We're going to stick with what's on the McDo here. I'm sorry, EFB. All right, so now, finally, the last thing we do here, once we have our initial information in the cost index, the cruise, the weights, the V numbers, and so forth, we go to F plan. There's where we put in our flight plan. To me, that's a little backwards. I don't know if that's an actual way of doing the Airbus or not, but we're following the checklist this go around. Our departure, runway 26, Arnie 2, AMG. And manual, all that means is vector, like it does in Boeing, where you've got control. Don't think I can clear it, but we'll try. Nope. Okay. This one, though, I can. Okay, and then oh, now I have to remember my flight plan. Hang on a second here, folks. Okay, so we're direct Macon, MCN. And it'll be this one. Reason being, we're north and west, not north and east, I believe was the other choice. And then we can just do it. Accept. Then I think we're direct Atlanta. That's ATL. Let's say it correctly. Hotlanta. Okay, see how it says northeast? We're not East Hemisphere, we're Western Hemisphere. So we'll go with that one. Insert. Now we're going to click this side so we can put the airway information in. Alright, I clicked the wrong one. Dang it. Let's try the other side. There it is. I was on the left side. Now we're going to go via Juliet 45. I do not like this way they want us putting this in. And then B and A. Okay, and then we're going to check all of this. Don't worry, folks. Next up is ENL, Centralia. Interesting factoid. Most of y'all would not know unless you live in the Metro East here of St. Louis. Centralia was actually, I don't know how long ago it closed. It was a big orphanage here in the area. And the high school, who in their right mind would adopt this as their mascot, Orphans. Their mascot was called Orphans. The high school, again, I don't know what kid, I'm only assuming a kid, for all I know it could have been an adult, call it the orphanage. Really sick sometimes. It's not sick, it's just really sad the way people think. But anyway, yeah, you gotta love it. Oh well, times we live in, I know. Alright, so let's go through the flight plan, and then we'll put in the arrival. So we'll click F plan to get to the beginning. We'll set this to plan and then step it out. Keep forgetting we don't have the step like we do in Boeing. Okay. Okay, so there's Kimmel. Then we're coming up to Arnie. What happened to AMG? Hang on a second here. Let's bring up the charts program here with us, folks. This is why we step through it. And we're going to get rid of Top Cat while we're here. Alright, so let me... Let me see if I can just first do this. There we go. Alright, so... I am going to kind of... Give me a second here, folks. I want to switch around here. See how this is all looking. Ah, that's not how I wanted it to look. Oh well. Well, we're not worry about it right now. Oh. Sorry for that big black line there. I wish I could draw it away, but I can't. Actually, I can do a little bit to help. Okay, Jacksonville, 18,000. Airport's 29 feet. Okay, so we're going to come out to Kimmel, to Arnie. Direct AMG, which I do not know why it's not here. So, let's see if we can't put it in. Aha. Really want to put there we go. Return. And you can see the Boeing in me still wanting to shine. Okay, that's why we do this, folks. Let's click F plan one more time. We got a lot of silliness to get through to get up to here. That's why I kind of turned this up. Hang on a second. So here we go. Okay, there's Kimmel, Arnie, AMG, MCM. Now we're going to see Top Climb, which we're not. ATL, Nashville, and then ENL. We have not programmed in the arrival yet. Gonna hold till we're a little closer. But we can, I believe, do this. Sure, I can't get rid of that one. Oh. Okay. Alright, so we'll pull it out. I'm going to get myself and you all more confused if I keep screwing with it, so I'm going to stop. Alright, so we'll pull that back a little. There's our departure, by the way, folks. We just got to get above 11,000 feet by Arnie, heading out. Okay, so that takes care, folks, of our setup here. We still have to put in the arrival, which is just basically ENL2, and then our runway 32 right, and we'll be good to go. And we'll do that on the way. Actually, we better do that now. We may end up where we run into time issues. Arrival, plan 32 right. Oops, yep, there it is. And ENL2, no transitions. Won't be able to get rid of that more than likely because of it being a manual. Try. There we go. Okay, okay, that is right. Okay, back to F plan. All right, so there you go, folks. We're fully loaded now all the way in. Got a couple of discontinuities which will work themselves out as we're flying. All right, so sorry that took longer than I wanted. Where are we here? So we're just going to move on now to the flight control unit, which is right here in the middle. Get this out of the way. Current METAR here. Well, there it goes. 2997. Okay, that's switched. Next up in the check here, make sure the flight director's on. That's these two switches here. They're lit up. Landing system is off. We're in arc 20 and we want to turn constraints on. I'm going to turn these on. And that's it, folks. We're ready for pushback. Okay, a little complicated there, more than I was hoping to. We're getting a little late on our push. Let's go ahead, start buttoning this plane up. Okay, now all we got to do is call better pushback, get them on the way, then we'll pull the jetway.
Hey, Captain, let me know where you want this thing.
Hey, we're not in Jersey. Come on. And we'll put it right about here.
Great news, Captain. Your tow's coming.
And then we're going to come up here and go to SAM. Well, at least he drives like someone from Florida or Jersey. So, drives through anything he wants to drive through. Okay, the jetway's pulled. All we got to do now is just get those chocks pulled. Now, one thing better pushback will do is get those chocks pulled for you.
All right. Looks like the doors and hatches are closed and we're ready to connect.
Okay, go ahead and connect. And we're going to continue on with the pushback. So let's do a quick look around the airplane. That's what I was meaning to do. All the doors, hatches, chocks, and equipment's pulled. Beacons can come on. So we'll come up here and turn the beacon. And I'm going to go ahead and kick the wing lights on. The rest can stay off. Strobes are in auto for the reason, folks, just in case it's a little hectic at the end of the runway and we forget to turn them on when we get airborne. When the wheels extend out of their struts, once they lose, the ground, the lights come on. So, all right, he wants us to turn off the parking brake. We're ready to push. Oh, not yet. Let's make sure. Okay, that's nothing to do with us. Here we go.
Here comes the pushback. Light them up.
We'll let him push us back a little bit. Then we'll get into it. But anyway, folks, I want to welcome you aboard. We're running just about 6 minutes late here on the pushback. Nothing unusual for Allegiant. Definitely nothing unusual for me. But anyway, hope you're enjoying today, this great hump day. Middle of the week already, folks. Nice short week. So we're going to go ahead and start turning some engines over. First thing to do is move this to start. That's your engine mode selector. And then we're going to start number 2 first. And then from here, folks, it's automatic. We're looking for avail once it spools all the way up. We can also watch, make sure our pressures are coming up, our quantities are fine, vibrations are looking good. Okay. Going to go ahead and start putting us on the radar. Should one come up. Just saw a veil up there at the top, folks. We're going to go ahead and let this one stabilize a little more before we bring it online.
Just about done here. Go ahead and set your parking brake.
Okay, parking brake set. We're going to start up number 1. We're going to watch the valve open, and it's going to start spooling up here.
And we're disconnecting the tow. Give me just a moment.
You see him lowering it down, the nose gear. It basically pushes the nose gear up into the strut and lifts it up enough so they can turn it. And then when they're done, lowers it back down. Supposedly easier on the nose gear. Okay, we got both engines running. Let's go ahead, let them disconnect. See him out here, and he should be going that way. In the meantime, since both engines are running,
And we're disconnected. Signaling pin on the right. Take it easy and have a safe flight.
put the selector back to norm. There he goes. What we're waiting on is to see the pin, folks. Okay, there he is. Pin's right here. You can't see it, but that's the pin. Alright, so continuing on, APU bleed off. Packs 1 and 2 should be on. We had faults earlier. 1 and 2 are on. We can turn the APU off. Okay, let's get our final taxi checks done and we're out of here. Nose wheel lights we'll turn on in a minute. Nav lights are on. Brake fan. Turn that on. Reject takeoff set. Weather radar. Coming on. A little further. There we go. We'll use number 1 this time. Spoilers armed. Again, we're looking for the white band right under there. And then set our flaps to 3. Okay. We're ready to taxi, folks. Alright, let me get a quick gander here at what we're going to do. Oh, got quite a long taxi. No big deal. Alright, so. Real quick so you all can kind of see it as well. See if I can't Okay, that'll help a little. We're located right here. We're just going to basically come out and around on the edge, out hotel, down Bravo or Alpha to Charlie. Seems like it's simple, but it never is. Brakes off. Here we go, folks. We are already underway. Get that taxi light on. All right, we are moving, folks. Of course, none of them ever yield. Okay. Now we're going to go out a little early. Our goal was to go out down there. We'll just come out here, make the right-hand turn. Work our way there. But we are on our way, folks. Glad to see Manny Lozada, Judge Judy Slayer, Haas 0012, all in the chat house. So I'm glad to see you. Hope y'all are having a great Wednesday. And we'll make this quick left. Now we're heading out towards the runway, folks. We'll be on Alpha. And then we'll be to the end of the runway where we'll be able to. Awesome, Manny Lozada. Well, I'm glad you enjoy. We've got a nice hour and 42-minute run once we're airborne. It's always the fun part, getting to the runway. But we'll be there here shortly. Alright, so let's run through the remainder of this checklist so we're ready to go at the end during the taxi. Let's hop in and let's accomplish these couple of items. Okay, I brought up the upper ACAMs. You can see what looks like a checklist of its own there. Basically, it's that last item on there we got to accomplish. Takeoff config check. To do that, we come down to the main panel here. Here, let's see if I can zoom it and make it readable. TO config is this switch right here. We're looking for it to go green. If you're looking for in the cockpit how to stay on the center line, the bar between the PFD and the nav display, that's a good eye candy thing to ease it in. But if you get it just left of it in this gray area, you're right on it. And it's not necessarily easy. We also got to set our trim and do our check of our surfaces. So I'm going to blow that one up and we're going to click FATCL. We're still sitting at 5. So we'll do a left aileron, right aileron, up, down. We're basically going to make sure they center. Okay. Oh, we're getting a little crooked. Now, how do we do the rudder, folks? There's a switch over here on the tiller we can push to allow us to do the rudders. Okay. Right here. Holding it down, you can go left. Aircraft's not turning. And right. Let up on the switch. And left. And right. Alright, that takes care of that, except for the trim. Okay. Getting a little squirrely again. We'll check it here. I just want to make sure we're not at the end. Trim 5. Okay, so we're set for takeoff, folks. All we got left to do is get the transponder to TARA. Get our landing. We are cleared into position. Ease it up a little here. Get our altitude set. All right. Before I go on the runway, of course, I'll make sure we don't have ATC. And we are ready. The big Marcus is in the room. Welcome aboard, sir. Taking the A320 out for a Little run up from Jacksonville, Florida to Scott Air Force Base, Mid-America St. Louis Airport. Okay, we're going to go ahead and set the parking brake. Alright, final checks here. Nose lights. Oh, I didn't get the parking brake set. Transponders on. We're ready to go. I just need a quick check. Quick check looks good. No one's on. Oh, there you are. And ATC. Got nobody online. Here we go, folks. Jacksonville traffic, Mac Air 572, departing runway 26. If you haven't been talking, forever hold your peace. I know there's someone else.
Approaching 26.
I know there's someone else here, but we're taking the runway. And we got about 10,000 feet to work with here, folks, so overly not too concerned. Unless they do some of the childish things I've seen.
On runway 26.
Where they pop up in front of you just to irritate you. Alright, landing lights on, strobe lights. Again, had I just left them in auto once I left the ground, folks, they would have came on. Here we go. We're cleared for takeoff, nose light. I always forget that one. Transponder. Nothing changes, unfortunately. It is a bug. We'll go altitude. For now, all, and then we'll go above as we're climbing out. Here we go. 50%. Flex. Now, folks, you can just move them right to that notch if you've got that Airbus throttle. The electronic engine controls will take care of the bringing the engines up carefully. Our job's just keep it on the center line with a little bit of nose down. 120, we're getting close to V1, so we'll center. It's going to go V1, rotate, V2.
V1, V2.
Nice and easy. And let's go ahead and get the gear up. We're on climb profile. Nothing to worry about. That's the inner marker. You saw it flashing. IM. To be honest, that's the first time I've ever heard it. I'm going to go ahead and go to flaps 2. Right, after takeoff checklist. Go ahead and pull it back to climb. Thrust climb level. Okay. Autopilot on. One more notch of flaps. And there we go into the clouds. We're above the slat speed, so flaps up. All right. Making sure I get these set right. Direct camel. Right, there we go. Oh, don't go that way. Now we were doing thunderstorm abatement, folks. That's what that turn to the left was all about. Yeah, right. Alright, so we'll put it on perf over here. Really, whatever you want to put this one on, folks. This is just pilot's preferences here. We're going to be pretty quick into Atlanta territory here in a minute, but after takeoff, we're going to brake fan off. Flaps are up and confirmed on the gauge right here. That's the flap indication, as well as the flap indication here is 0.
feet.
Off with that. And we're good to go, folks. All checklist items, 10,000 feet just reached, so let's turn the lights off. Alright, we are on our way, folks. What I want to do over here is set this to our weather radar just so we can kind of see what's ahead of us. And you can see just some storminess just to the east now of Jacksonville. Got a line to working through right here and one up by St. Louis. So pretty easy to take flight. So hope y'all are enjoying. We've had the how to track us on the SimAware come up. For those curious, what is SimAware? Let me kind of show it here. Well, let me rephrase that. Let me make sure. There we go. And then what we'll do is come back to here. Alright, so that's SimAware, folks. Basically, look at it as ServInfo, for those of you that go that far back into Sim World. VATSPy. VATSTASTIC. There's been several other iterations of it. And this isn't too bad, by the way, folks. Let's get outside the plane. But anyway, this is the latest and greatest version. I'm trying to find it here on my end. So that's me climbing out. This is all the VATSIM traffic. Okay. So basically it's showing you that now. Right now it's being stupid and not showing the ATC. Now we'll click the ATC button and they come alive. So you can see Houston's alive, as X-Pilot revealed. So is the Bahamas. But all the way up to here, we seem to be pretty quiet. So we'll kind of go with it, see what happens as we traverse through. Won't be long, and we'll be into Atlanta, and then Memphis, and then Kansas City. Okay, so we've crossed the, let's set our transponders to standard 2992, our transponders. How about our altimeters? As we continue our climb up, strobes were on as you saw out there. We'll go ahead and switch back to all. And this shows us the entire aircraft. Our cabin, a quick reference for us, our vibrations, our cabin's altitude, and so forth. Very nice to have, very quick. Plus we have gauges up here. We're going to go through as soon as we level off a quick getting our fuel. Actually, we're going to go ahead. No, I'm going to take a quick break here, get some coffee, get a chore done really quick, and then we'll get back into things with that system check and get the fuel balanced. So bear with me 1 second. Alright folks, like I said, sorry for that. Needed a cup of coffee and a personal break there real quick. As you can see, we do have the sub goal up. We just hit the goal last flight of 10. Let's go ahead and shoot for 20 while we're in Twitch's September. Basically, anyone who new monthly sub to the channel, they get a 20% discount off Twitch's normal rates. Those of you in Prime, we still get our cut of the money, but at the end there's talk that there'll be prizes awarded, and if any are awarded to our stream, we will raffle them. We'll find a way to give them out to the new subscribers or raffle it to one of those. So folks, feel free to join along, and any support you give, be it following, cheers, bits, subscriptions, folks, just know that it's greatly appreciated by me, and truly thank you. So, well, we're high above the thunderstorms, I see. Let's take a look at where we're at. 30,000 on our way up to 38,000. Here, let's get a better look here. There we go. So while we're doing this, let's go ahead and do that system check. And what that basically is we're going to check each of the systems that you see down here with a button. And it's real easy if you just click the All button. So we'll start, we're in cruise, everything looks good here. First up will be, and it just goes one by one when you click All. So All will start with the engines. They look good up top. Everything's green, vibrations appear to be green as well. Click All, we'll go to the bleed page and so forth. Again, make sure your valves are the way they should be. I'll be honest, I don't know. Not a real world Airbus pilot. But as long as it's green, I figure I'm okay. Pressure page. Now I have on occasion had some issues with this, so I always check. We do this about every 30 minutes or so, 30 minutes to an hour. In my case, just before top of climb or just after, just before top of descents, usually when I for sure do them. Everything looks good here. Next up will be the electrics, and kind of shows you how the electrics go from the engines into the different electrical buses, systems that are on the plane. Hydraulics. The big thing here that I like to note, people that are especially like me in the fire service at airports, Airbus has a green, a blue, and a yellow hydraulic system. I know, in the fire service, okay Mike, who cares? Well, GBY, just remember that. It'll take us a little bit to get to the back to the page where we were checking the surfaces, but you'll see in a moment. I want to get the fuel page going. Oops, I should have clicked All. Sorry about that. Okay, I blew this one up so you can see we got 2,700 here, 3,000 here. So we need to get this balanced. To do so, you come up top, turn your cross feed on. It's not going to push the fuel into the tank. So it's not going to take it from the right side where you see 3,000. It's going to basically open up the valve so that it's going to go to engine number 1. So it's fueling both engines as soon as we turn off these two pumps. So now the first officer side, the right side, which is always determined by where the pilots sit, their right, their left, looking out the plane. You can see the word open and on when that crossfeed valve is open, and you can see the piping, how it's being piped. It's going from here to engine 2 when these are on. Then it's going to come across the pipe. It's not going into this tank, it's going straight into the engine. And you can see it's coming down. It's going to take a little bit, so let's head back down and continue. Okay, back down here, we'll click all one again. Takes us to the APU page. It better not be on because we turned it off. Here's the air conditioning page. This is if the people in the back are saying they're too cold, well, you can look here and see what you're set at. Right now we're at 24 degrees, which I know for those of you in Europe, you already know that means it's, you know, a comfortable temperature-ish. It's around 70 to 75 degrees out here in the US. It's on Fahrenheit. So what we're going to do again, let's go up to the top panel. And let's kick open a couple notches, the cabin. So you can see now that they're raised, so they'll raise the temperature in there. We can bring ours down a notch or two, and you'll see ours decrease so that the temperature comes down to what we're set to now. And then maybe it won't be so cold out there. Oh, I'm just so cold. I have icicles coming off my nose at 24 degrees Celsius. Okay, yeah, I'm having fun. Alright, so back here we go. So you can see how that all works. Now we're at 23 in the cockpit, 25 in the compartment areas back there. Moving on, we're going to come up to the doors. Now, obviously they're all closed, but when it says slides, that means the slides are armed. Now, if you open them from the outside, they'll open up with no slides. Inside, if you were to open them, they're going. They're going to pop out at you. So that's what we want. If we crash when they open it, we want them to deploy slides. So there you go. Little bit more knowledge here. Pushing next gets us to the wheels. Brake temperatures look good. That's these in Celsius. The covers are over the gear, which the doors, however you want to say it, folks. Covers, doors, I think there's actually something else used too. And then we're coming to what I told you to remember about. So quick review. G, B, Y. Green, blue, yellow. That's your hydraulic systems. G, B, Y. It is going to tell you what you're going to have if your hydraulics, say your yellow system fails. Well, you're going to lose the ailerons possibly. However, comma, they're backed up by the blue and the green. Well, actually, the blue and the green run them, so we're good. But if the green or the blue goes, we're going to have some troubles here too, folks. So you see, you can tell what you have and what you don't have when they lose it. To us in the fire server, really, this still don't mean anything. Correct. But the pilot, by seeing this display, will be able to relay to you over the radio channels, this is what I have. Do you think it's important if we should know if the landing gear can come down? Or if he has brakes, if he has reverse thrust? Spoilers, yes, that helps, but that just helps to take the airfoil off the wing. Now you see where I'm getting with this. That's why it's... I wish there was a way, and it would be kind of silly and ultimate, that we could see what they have in the plane, but, you know, but the pilot, as long as he's conscious and alert, should be able to go, hey, yeah, we've lost our green system. That's going to mean we're going to have some trouble steering, maybe problems with our brakes and landing gear. Oh, hello. There you go, fire services. Just got a lot of information right there. Alright, so moving on. Next button will bring us right back to the engines. Let's go back up to the fuel page real quick, and I'm going to head tops. Whoop, wait a minute. I want to pull that out first. All right, 2690, got a little ways to go, so we'll hold here before we check the last couple of items. I don't mean to sound like I do sometimes about the fire service, but sometimes the guys don't think what the pilot can see and what he can tell you if you ask the right questions. Well, what kind of systems do you have? I mean, that's an important... We had an airliner here not too long ago, folks, at my airport that lined up for the runway ready to go and then all of a sudden went into a hold. Why? Okay, well, it happens, I know. But they had a hydraulic failure. And they wanted to know what they knew by what they saw what they should have, but they also wanted to confirm what they could still do, and then they relayed that to us. Pretty important information. At least in my book, folks. Okay, we turn the fuel pumps back on. We're at 2690 on both sides. And we turn off the crossfeed. None of this means anything to us other than there's still a lot of fuel in this plane. So, anyway, those of you that might be in the fire service listening, just some information that, you could use. Okay, so we stopped here. We're going to click all. We're back to engines. Let's go to systems. And basically, this is going to let us know if we've had any failures en route to this point. Hey, I said go back to status. It says normal. We'll click recall. Nothing's happened. And it's clearing off awful quick. That's not normal. There we go. And last time up top, let's be gracious enough, let them walk about, eat, relax, chill. That's kind of what I want to do for the next few minutes while we're flying across the skies. We are in Atlanta's territory at this time, folks. Hope y'all are having a great Wednesday. If you like to stream, hey, folks, we'd love for you to follow us along. Every time we go live, you'll get an email notification letting you know, hey, Flying with Mike's live. Might even say where, may not, may be a surprise. But anyway, you'll get that at least sometimes. Even the captain forgets to change the title, which makes it interesting. You come on, oh, he's going to be in Alaska flying a caravan. Why does that look like a 747? I've done that before, folks. But I do want to welcome you aboard. Thanks for flying with us. I am on VATSIM. Blah, 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 blah. Let's try that again. I am on VATSIM. Manny Lozada. Look for us one of two ways. There's a tracker that should put us right on. Otherwise, we've just crossed into Atlanta's airspace. Probably right around Macon. We should be on top of. Look, that's where we are. We're going to be making the turn here. Heading direct Atlanta. So we're kind of in the southern part of Georgia right now. Working our way up. Feel free, folks, to grab a plane, come up in the sky. Scott Air Force Base, Mid-America Airport. Allegiant does fly in there. Now, right now, the Jacksonville flight, I don't think is active until next year. I could be wrong. But we're flying it anyway because, hey, it's Captain Mike. I can fly what I want. Trying to do that the diplomatic way. But no, as it says, we're right outside St. Louis, folks. Illinois side. If you look for Scott Air Force Base, guess what? It's right on the other side of the tree line. They share the same airport. So, we'd love to have you in the air. Glad to have you in the chat. And hope y'all enjoy the ride. I'm going to run a little bit of music here for the few minutes we have before we get into it. I just want to verify a couple things. For all I know, we're right on top of descent. We are not. We are 463 miles out, 300 330, well, we'll call it 320 miles from top of descent. Before we chill out, let's just go ahead and chill for about 150 or so miles. So we'll kick some music on here and y'all can just relax. Give me a second here. I'm going to switch and use pretzel rocks. Just to make sure the artists, even though they're not copyrighted material, they still get proper, what's the words I'm looking for? Proper knowledge.
Friends would walk up to me and just be like, "What the f is in your butt?"
Welcome aboard, J Drums. Hope your day is going hopefully well for you. We're on our way to Mid-America Airport. Hopefully the weather is still clear as I see out the window here. But hope you're having a better day. If not, sit back, relax. We're over Atlanta right now. I got about a hour ETA, I guess. I am going to look for it right now on Sim Toolkit. Yeah, we're just under an hour out, so. No, I'm not napping. Just kind of letting everyone chill out on this Hump Day Wednesday with the music in the background. We'll get into the arrival brief here shortly. I know some people don't get to have the day of labor off as we do here in the US. I think the big Marcus there said they have it there in UK. Maybe not the same days, but so, you know, they may be having a hectic week like I know some have, and they just want to sit back and chill. Alright, let's see where we're going here. Yep, we're right now crossing over Atlanta. Otherwise, as we all love to call it, Hotlanta. Because I don't think they know what cold is. Nice old Orlando to Louisville. Awesome, awesome. Going from Mickey World to the land of baseball bats. Home to Louisville Slugger. And bourbon. Yeah, I guess there probably is a distillery or two there. I know most of it's made south of Louisville. Used to drive by it a lot when I drove the truck. Forget the road. But it was just north of Bowling Green, I want to say. Would head out into the backcountry of Kentucky there, and a lot of bourbon. When is the big fly along with Captain Mike on VATSIM? Well, could be right now, except you can't. Not really sure. That's something I'll have to kind of walk through my mind with if we ever have a big fly along. I mean, anytime we go live, folks, you're welcome to come along, pick an airport ahead of us, fly into the same point, or just be flying at the same time. I'm not real particular if you're on the same route or not. I just hope y'all are up flying and enjoying the simulator as much as I do. Some more than others, as I know Mr. Drums there is trying to put together a full immersion flight sim in his garage. So, all right, let's take a look at who we have out in the chat area. Hannah VG, welcome to the chat. Empty E-Chan. Of course, Judge Judy Slayer we've mentioned earlier. And Manny Luzada. Tacos Gods. And of course the big Marcus along with moderator J Drums. So folks, welcome aboard. In case I missed it, Hinty Chan and Haas 00312. Welcome all. Welcome aboard. Hope we can provide some good entertainment for you, preferably not in the form of that involves fire. Okay, so we're 250 miles out. We'll go ahead, let's see where this song is. We'll just let this one play out the minute and a half or so it has, and then we'll get into the arrival brief. Not much to brief into Mid-America. It's really not that tough of an airport, folks. Alright, so that wraps up the boilerplate, I believe it was called. Boilerplate prison by abstraction. Let's go ahead and get into the charts here real quick for the arrival, since we do have about 230 miles to go to the top of descent. Overall, about 360 miles in that ballpark. 48 minutes showing up on the clock there. So let's bring in... where's it hiding? There it is. The chart program here. We'll kind of slide it out a little. Reposition a little bit for you. Alright, so basically we're flying the Centralia to arrival. It's a RNAV approach, so that means we're going to have our FMC being able to guide us along the route here. Basically, it takes us from Centralia, which is 115.0 on the nav radios. We're going to go 267 heading for about 5 miles to Haves, to Eichel. Now at Eichel, we should be at 7,000 feet. From there, we'll track... still on the 284, about another 10 or so miles to Dutmai, and that's where we make the left-hand turn to make the approach for 32 right. So, again, looking at your instructions here, ENL VOR 267 to Havets, to Eichel, to Dutmai, and then we're going to do vectors to the approach for 32 right. Okay, so once we get turned at Dutmai, and I brought up 1-4 left. That was silly. 3-2 right. There we go. And we'll blow this up a little to make it a little easier for y'all. Okay, so across the top tells you where we're at and what we're going to be shooting. The ILS for 3-2 right. These are the frequencies if ATC is alive on VATSIM, we could be put on. It doesn't necessarily mean we will be put on. POSCON, if we were running on it, there's a chance we would. POSCON is still building up people flying on the network. So we'll see how it takes here in a while. But the part we really want to pay attention to is this second line. This is the localizer. This is what the aircraft tracks in on the runway to. So if you're looking down the runway, that's the left, the right that it makes to correct. And that's a frequency of 111.15. It's identified by India Juliet Delta Uniform. Now the final approach course for this, which is the course we're supposed to be taking into the runway, is 319. Now at GUI, couple of ways to identify GUI out there. One, it's this imaginary fix in the sky that when an aircraft crosses it, they're at GUI. There's also an NDB, a non-directional beacon. This is the World War II way of navigating that we still use today. Folks, it's not really accurate, but it'll still get you where you want to go. You just got to understand how to use the wind with it. And I hate that gauge, by the way, when I flew real airplanes. Never could get it right. So thankfully we had the VORs. But anyway, and that's identified 385 on the NDB Joliet Delta. That's GUI. Now, there we have to be at 2,064 feet above sea level, MSL, which is actually 1,622 feet above the ground. Now, for the ILS, this is conditional. It has to be at least we have to be 642 feet. That's when we'll make our decision whether we go around or not. MSL, 200 feet above ground. Okay, now the airport elevation is 459, touchdown zone's 442. So it's 442 here, but overall the airfield is at 459. Okay, real quick, there's your missed approach. Let me kind of pull it to where the red's not in the way. It's pretty simple. We climb out to 1,500 feet, then in that right-hand turn while climbing to 24 feet, work our way back to Eknok and in to the hold. Transition, 18,000 feet, folks. That's where it is anywhere in the U.S., so we don't have to worry about that. And then here visually is what we're going to be doing. Now there are a couple of other different approaches you can shoot to get here, but they mostly work off of Eknok. We're coming up, they don't show Dutmai on here, but basically it's about right here and we turn and catch it here. And then we'll just track in. Probably visual. If it's shows here on X-Plane as it does out my window, it's crystal clear. I don't think I see any clouds. Oh wait, there are some clouds in the sky, so never mind. We'll see how it comes out. But anyways, very simple, straight in approach. The NDB here and the marker lets you know that you cross GUI. And again, we're at 2,064 MSL or on the glide path. And then we start down, by the way, at 2,064 feet. It's 5 miles to the runway at that point. Basically, this chart is telling you for the glide paths that's required here and the times from GUI to the missed approach point by ground speed. So right now I haven't figured that up. We'll get that real quick with TopCat. But after the chart, but we're going to plan probably in the 140 to 150 range, so about an 800 foot a minute drop will put us on a 3-degree glide into the runway. So as long as we're coming down at that speed, we should hit right at the 2,000 foot down the runway mark. Now, why they put the missed approach point in, which is 4.9. If we come down and looks like go about 2 minutes is what it's going to take us to go from GUI to the point where we decide yay or nay on landing. So that's what that's all about. So at 70 miles, it takes 4 minutes 12. At 70 miles per hour ground speed, it takes 4 minutes 12 seconds. So you're timing this, by the way, folks. Believe me, some airports, if you're timing it and you hit that point and you go too far, you're going to go in or miss the runway completely. Possibly. Because you may not see it. If you're in very low conditions, right above minimums, you could pop out and where's the runway? And it's just right there, but you can't see it because you've gone too far past the point or drifted or something. Now, next is basically tells us what the runway approach lighting looks like. Malzer, Pappies, we should see them on the left. That's our visual guide for landing. And then this is our missed approach again, just kind of diagrammed how we do it. Straight away, right turn, heading 194 to this point. Again, minimums right here, 642 feet. RVR of 24 or a half mile. So if I look at the METAR and it says a half mile, I'm good by that. If it says 620 feet, I'm not good by that. So that's when we go around. Or we decide, okay, dispatch, here's what we got and we're showing weather-wise. Can you confirm? They confirm. Tower, we'll start talking to approach or something from here. Yeah, are you guys seeing this getting any better or not? And then from there we determine, do we just want to go to the alternate or do we want to go somewhere else to wait out the weather? So we hate that, I know, at Mid-America. Oh, do I hate when they do that, but they got to be able to get in, folks. The airport's not set up for them to come in auto land. So that both basically, folks, now if they, one thing here it is saying, now if they do have a HUD or a flight director, we can drop down to an RVR of 18. I think that's a quarter mile. That's the caveat, that's the conditional. Otherwise it's 24. So again, as long as we are above. In our situation here, we have a flight director. Don't know if we have a HUD. I'll be honest. I'm not sure on the Airbuses. I know I don't in this. Sure. Surprise, surprise sometimes. Nope, no HUD. You know, we could come in that way. So these are things the real world guys do that, you know, hey, in a sim, we can just, oh, you know, the heck with it. I'm going in. You can't. They can't. We don't have real lives behind us. They do. So, but anyway, folks, let's get the chart out here. And let's bring in Top Cat one more time. Looking at, come on, click the right one. There we go. Helps on my end. Let's click landing. Update. Gonna update our weather. So we have 310 at 13. Obviously we're coming in 32. And on the Mid-America runway, 32 right is the civilian side. Alright, so get vectored to bypass Centralia. I don't think so. So 310 at 13, temperatures 28 degrees. And pretty much a standard day with the altimeter setting. 2992 or 1013, that's your standard barometric pressure that the evil scientists at NOAA have come up with. I missed an adjective. Evil, mad scientists. So, real quick synopsis of the runway. Headings 319. It's 10,000 feet long by 150 feet wide. No restrictions to that length that we have. Okay, so we're going to come in. I'm going to set it up for auto just because sometimes I have a hard time finding runways. with the way X-Plane visually shows things up, but we'll be definitely coming in on our own. We'll put the brakes at medium, and then we're going to click compute, and we're going to come in at about 136. That's going to be the approach speed. We're going to probably be running about 140, 145 before we start retarding the throttles. Landing speed should be 131. And that goes back, folks, to that chart they're telling you what the 3-degree descent and all was. So about an 800 foot a minute descent will bring us in at 140 right on the runway. Whatever our ground speed ends up being, because that's just going to be what we indicate. So now that wraps up. Hang on, let me see. So I had, I'd like to write that down. Approach 130 or ref 131, approach 1. Okay, got that written down, so it's in front of me here. So we are now 120 miles out. So pulling top cat away, we'll show that. We got about another, oh, we could probably fit another song in here, but we're just going to kind of cruise along, see what we can come up with here. Folks, this is September, so if you are looking and you do like the material here and you want to help support us by us being able to purchase new aircraft, software to be able to make the streams better, hardware to make the streams better, folks, we could really use the help. Subscribe. You can cheer. You can use bits. Or you can just simply throw a tip to the pilot in the tip jar. We have that set up as well. Any and all contributions you make, folks, just know they are greatly appreciated, and thank you. Humbles me beyond belief that we have over hundreds followers, actually about 109, and we have 10 people that have subscribed to the channel. Just humbles me unbelievably that people enjoy this as much as I do. Just enjoy sitting and watching it. Now, I have to when I'm at work, but boy, when I'm at home, I want to be in the air. So, but folks, thank you so much. I mean, even a guy that's at work is chatting away with us. So, appreciate that, J Drums. So, let's see what they call our get the McDo ready point. We'll do that a little quicker. Let's go ahead and do final system check here. Make sure everything's good to go for the arrival at this point. Engines look good. Bleed looks good. Pressurization still looks good. Now, the couple of trips I've had, the safety valve trip, I don't know what causes it. I don't know how to reset it or what. I ended up turning the APU on, the APU bleed. That caused another issue, turned them off, and it cured that. So I don't know if that was the right one or not. But, so it does happen from time to time. The electrical system looks good. Hydraulics all looks good. Nothing showing up yellow. Fuel system is slightly out of whack. We're not going to worry about it. APU's off. Still looking good on the cabin. The doors are armed with the slides. Oh, one thing with the door. Right here, this PSI, that's the big thing on this page we want to keep our eyes on. That is the cockpit oxygen, not the whole airplane. But if we decompress and the pilots have to get on air, that's how much air we have. So that we can get the plane down to 10,000 feet and everybody off air then. So we look to that. All Going to the wheels. Again, the brakes are now cooled off completely. And the doors are still closed. And next up is the surfaces, all looking good. Go here, status looks good, do a recall, clear, and we're good. So we're ready for the arrival. Now at 100 miles out to top a descent, Nashville is sitting at about 15 miles ahead of us. And it looks like the outskirts of Nashville below us. That or Murfreesboro, one of the two. Awesome. Yeah, it happens sometimes where we veer off, you know, things happen, you know, power gets too much on one side or the other, or we accidentally kick a rudder, kicking us off into that direction. Awesome. Owned it and carried on. That's awesome. Wasn't Heathrow, was it? Could have a long line of aircraft you went through. Yep, we're starting to come over Nashville. Let's see, here's a couple of the lakes nearby. Good old Nashville. Looks like we're starting into a turn. It's just, there's Nashville International right below us. And this is where that line of thunderstorms, we didn't really have thunderstorms last night here, but we had some rain push through. It's about to this location right now, Nashville. So let's see what the weather radar looks into plane. Position up. Yep, there's that line of storms. Oops. And there they are ahead of us. This will swivel us around a little quicker. And we got a little bit of thunderstorm look to the default weather. I don't run with any mods, folks. I've had some people ask me this, and there are no mods other than the plugins that I have. And just so you all can see them, that's all the plugins I have to date. Now I'm starting to use X Checklist. I'm not liking some of it so far, but I'm working on it. So we're trying to learn them all. The one I'm having troubles with is X Camera still, because I want to get more views than what I do get. And X checklist I'd like to have available. So really would be nice on the streams. Yeah, we had a little bit of rain out of this last night. Not a lot to write home about, but you know, hey, take any rain that you can, folks, because you never know. Soon the drought starts, especially here in the Midwest. You know, we haven't had a good, I don't want to say there is never anything good about a drought, but we haven't had a really dry year in a long time. So, but we've had them. But thankfully, the farmers look like they're going to have a bumper crop, so that's always a good thing. Welcome aboard Duluth Fly. Thanks for coming on board the stream, giving us a try out. Hope you enjoy, and I hope your Wednesday is going well. Alright, so we should be getting close now to where we need to set the McDo up for landing. Alright, yeah, we are now within 50 miles. I'm going to use this McDo only because it's so easy to get at and be able to use the other data. So we'll pull TopCat up only because it's a nice, easy, quick to get us up to date on weather. Alright, so as of 1756, which puts that at about a half hour old, best we have to work with. Alright, so let's go to the Perf page. Now we'll click Activate Approach somewhere between Centralia and Dutme, so when I turn in, we're in full approach mode. Even if I forgot the speeds, it'll drop us down by then. But we don't want to do it prior because it will drop the speeds to 147, and we'll drag it all the way in. And at this height, that's not good. So we got 1013. So wait a minute, correction. 2991, and you put it in exactly how you see it here. Decimal 91. Temp. Uh, 28. I'm working on it. Tell you, these McDo's get sassy out here. Oops. Alright, so 310 at 13. Alright, so now what we'll do, we'll get rid of charts, or the TopCat. I'm just going to look at my chart real quick. 642 is our MDA, so we'll put that there, and we are now programmed. And I know I heard some great stuff in the background. Lord Wolf 134, thank you for the follow. Welcome aboard. I hope you have a great Wednesday. And thank you for following. Look forward to seeing you on future streams. Okay, so we got the McDo all set up. Go back to F-plan. Last thing we need to do is set up our descent. 7,000. If you're wondering, where are you getting 7,000? First off, let me make sure. Got time. Bring up the chart. Okay, let me get to the arrival. Okay, going back to the arrival, we're coming to Centralia, off Centralia to Havitz. Eichel is 7,000, irregardless of the runways. Sometimes they'll say it up here in the routing, but it doesn't. So we have to expect 7,000. Then we go to Dutmai. And there we're going to be continuing our descent down. Well, thank you, Lords Wolf 134. Appreciate the comment there. Hopefully we can live up to it as we turn into the runway here in about 30 to 40 minutes. So pull that away. We will be landing at Scott Air Force Base, Mid-America St. Louis Airport. We'll be on the what would be called Mid-America St. Louis Airport. They're co-located together, just outside of St. Louis. Okay, so top of descent is starting to show, folks. It's not as easy to tell here in the Airbus. Boeing says TD. Here it's just a hockey stick. So anytime now we can start our descent. It'll be a managed descent down to 7,000. As you can see off the chart there, that's where we're headed down. Okay. And we'll go ahead and start that descent now. Now, it's a managed descent when you see the green dot. Over here it'll say managed aircraft mode managed descent. Now the green dot's going up as we are actually now below the projected descent path the computer on board has us on. But we'll catch up to it. Let's go to 40. By this blue mark we'll have been caught up to it. So it'll hang up here for a while. But as we draw closer, that's only about 20 miles at this range, showing up on the nav display. Here, I could drop it down now, back to our normal. It'll pop in here soon. It'll then come back down. The goal is to keep it between this gold bar, and that'll be the perfect descent to make 7,000 at, what's the name of the fix? Eckel. Not Urkel, for those of you that remember that TV show. Eckel. Alright, we'll do one more update over here. Get us a little closer. I mean, there's some neat things over here, folks. I mean, I could be showing charts over here, but it's just much easier to do that. Alright, and... okay, so let's go back outside the plane while we're coming down. I haven't done a lot of outside looks. I believe that is the Tennessee River off to our left. Should be in the neighborhood. We probably just passed it. Kentucky Lake and Lake Barkley, some of the bigger lakes. Oh, that is Kentucky Lake and Lake Barkley here in Tennessee. Or Kentucky, sorry. Coming around, we should be getting the Ohio River right there. We're going to be pretty close to the confluence of the Ohio and Mississippi, but we probably won't see it from here due to the haze and all in the skies. But folks, what you see out the window here That's pretty much what it looks like out my window. There's a couple smatterings of clouds out there like you see. Folks, it's pretty much a clear day here in St. Louis. Devatron underscore XP33. Good old Kentucky, yes sir. Welcome aboard. Hope you're having a great day. Should be on the ground at Mid-America Airport here, in about 30 to 40 minutes still. Again, as you can see now, that green ball has come down and is just about in between, just as we're getting to the squiggly lines. Now the aircraft will descend as the computer has programmed. It's caught up to it. All right, so let's make sure. Okay, got a little bit of ground clutter showing up here on SimAware at St. Louis, but still, really ATC-wise, still pretty quiet. The Ohio River should be right now going, I think that's what's going under us. So we're pretty close to Paducah. Evansville would be to our north and slightly east off the right side. Pretty close. No, Louisville just got hit by those storms, so that ought to be fun. Lexington and Frankfort, Kentucky are getting hit right now, according to SimAware. So the cabin's just about set, and we are coming through 31,000, I believe it is. Yes. And we're 70 miles out of Centralia. Alright, I'm just doing a quick update here on something because I think it changed. Oh good, it did not. Alright. Okay, folks, according to Sim Toolkit, we're looking at 15 minutes out. I would plan a little longer than that, but that's not too bad. All right, and the weather. Okay. One last look here as we slowly work our way in. Yeah, Evansville is just way too far to the north to see. But you can see the Ohio River just snaking its way that way. Likewise, well, that may be Cairo right there, folks, where the Mississippi and Ohio come together. Kind of looks like Wren Lake straight ahead for those of you from the Illinois area, which means Centralia is maybe about another 30-40 miles north of it, meaning we're getting pretty decently close, maybe about, yeah, about 30, 40, 50 at the most. Like I said, you can just see it's pretty much almost severe clear here, folks. All right. We should be getting to where I need to turn on the seatbelt signs. Yep, 20,000 feet. We'll go ahead and get that on. J-Drums, appreciate the weather update, but that weather update, I bet just canceled. That's the job I'd like it, Scott. Yeah, I'm sure that just canceled. It never stays up longer than a minute. Minute, maybe two. I've seen it, you know, it immediately goes right back down. So, well, you know, we're going to fly in with whatever it says. Yeah, just a flash message came in from our moderator. We have a weather advisory. It's the airport we're coming in. Crosswinds observed greater than or equal to 15 knots, but less than 24. All that means, folks, is strap up, tighten your seatbelts up just a little bit more, because flying with Mike is still coming in. Okay, let's get our altimeter set. I don't know why I keep wanting to call it a transponder. Okay, we are. Let's go ahead and go below. And all right, we're showing 11 minutes, just passing Rend Lake on the left side of the aircraft. Like I said, there isn't much to the state of Illinois to look at from a plane. It's pretty flat in this area. Couple of bumps. Unlike Oklahoma, not because of overpasses, but the land does rise from time to time. But yes, also overpasses. But anyway, pretty flat. So let's get into the cockpit here. We're approaching 10,000 feet. Now, the interesting thing with coming into Mid-America visually, if you know the lay of the land and you know where I-64 is, if you follow it from Mount Vernon, which is, I think, what we're seeing over here. Let me, this town right here, it may not be. We may be so featureless. Yeah, it is. But from Mount Vernon over, if you follow I-64, it'll dump you right into the airport. Those of y'all that like to fly VFR, try it in the new flight sim. You ought to be able to do it. Heck, you can do it in X-Plane for the most part. As you'll see here, actually, I don't think that is Mount Vernon right there. I think it's a little further north. All right, we're 15 miles now from Centralia. You can see that we're starting to see the ILS 32 showing up here. Once we cross Centralia, we'll click on landing system and also switch into approach phase. Okay, and still no updated METAR, so we'll just go with what we got. Probably as we line up final, there'll be a updated METAR. what we did, folks, is the landing lights are now extended. They're right here. I have not turned them on yet, though. We're about to, though. Oh, there's some fun IFR approaches out there, folks. If you want to see complicated ones, boy, there are some out there. Just got to get out into Colorado. Fly into like Aspen. You better be reading that chart to get in there. Heck, even Juneau and Reagan National. But their displaced localizers and RNAVs, man, they can be very complicated. So, but a good old visual is always good too. But they're going to still fly the arrivals, folks, to a point, and then once they see the runway, take it to visual. Okay, I believe, yeah, this is Mount Vernon. And then Centralia is, oh wait, this is Centralia. There's the airport. I just realized where we were. Now we're making the turn. And basically we're going to fly I-64 all the way in. Okay, and we are slowed under, so let's get our landing lights on. Come on, add switch, thank you. Get all our lights on. Seatbelt sights are on. Airport should be up in here somewhere. Actually over here a little bit. We'll find it here in a minute. And we're going to go ahead and take over speed. Okay. As we continue our descent down to 7,000. Oh yes, we've flown through some storms before. We've flown, hang on a second, heavy fog. All fun. I've had to go Cat 3 approaches many a times. Okay, let's set up for 3,000 now. Alright, and alright, Mid-America traffic, Mac Air 572, approximately 15 miles southeast, inbound for the visual 232 right. Unfortunately for today, there'll be no storms, just, I can't even say I'll have the sun in my eyes. So, there's 7,000 at Eckel. We're going to continue on down. It's, now hand flying, yes, would be, but when you get down to those kinds of minimums, you let the aircraft do it as much as possible. So we just turn on the second autopilot. We just go autopilot 2 and you can do an auto land that way, even in the real world. Okay, so let's get the medium brakes on, brake fans on, final checklist here. Okay, final checklist items. Okay, nose lights, let's go to landing systems on. Auto brakes, flaps, we'll start setting here. Let's go ahead and slow it. We'll keep her at 240 a little longer. Brake fans, spoilers, landing gear, and autopilots 1 and 2 will stay this way. Yeah, we'll get lined up. We'll get to the runway to where we line up on it, but oh, let's click into approach phase. I have the speed, so that ain't gonna happen. Okay, we're now in approach phase on the McDo. Set for 3,000. Double check much is pulled up to. Welcome, how fun. I'm learning the JAR A320. Nice. Alright, so we're coming into Dumpty. Time to slow it down. 220. And chart real quick for 2224. Take it down to 24. Keep the managed descent going. Still don't see the airport out there, so we'll let her come around. Go. Localizer should. It's on. Okay. Localizer. Right there it is, folks. It's that half diamond there, and I'm looking for it up here, but I don't see it. Okay, one more look here. Lights are on. Fans on. Spoilers armed. Start putting flaps in here in a minute. Flaps 1. Glide slopes alive. Okay. Now we'll be looking for the runway as we roll out.
2,500.
Got it. Okay. .200 feet of GUI, which is right here. We'll bring the landing gear. We're going to go ahead and start slowing up. 160. Let's go ahead with our second notch. Spoilers are armed. Just some gee whiz knowledge, folks. A lot of times out here, you'll get disoriented looking at this. Your runway is here, taxiway is here, not in between. And let's take us down to 140. There's GUI, 2,200 feet on glide path. Here we come. And the outer marker. Go ahead and turn the radar off. Okay. And flaps 3. Final checks. Flaps full. Spoilers arm, flaps full. Gear down. Lights on, seatbelts on.
1,000.
Set to land. Aircraft is mine.
Gear down.
Okay.
Approaching. 3, 2, right.
Drifting a little. That's that crosswind alert that I was given. Get over here and get
500.
stabilized.
500. 400.
100 above. 300.
300.
Landing stable.
Minimum. 200.
200.
100.
100.
50.
50. 40.
30.
30.
20. Retard.
20.
Retard. Retard. 20.
Landing
Long
low.
landing. Long
10,
landing.
10.
7,000 feet remaining.
Reverse off. Brakes off. Looks like we're coming off at Kilo 3. Mid-America traffic, Mac Air 572 exiting 32 right at Kilo 3. And we'll be taxiing to park. Oh, what gate should I go in? Okay, so let's clean the aircraft up here real quick. Flaps up. Spoilers down. Gate 4. Got it, drums. We'll get her in there. Get her done. Okay, gate 4 is empty, so we'll head into there. Thank you there, Manny Lozado. Oh, easy, don't want to miss my line. Gate 4, by the way, folks, is the one here on the right. Okay, final checks. No spoiler APU. We need to get that running. So we'll slow up a little here, waiting on ATS. Okay. Master switch on, waiting for flap open. And we got flap open, we're going to start. That yellow line, folks, that leads up to the start of that turn no longer exists on the ramp. Let's go ahead and get our taxi lights off. Nor does that building right there. Huh, wonder why the jetway didn't come active. Oh, come on, airplane, really? Really, the parking brake isn't gonna set? Okay, we'll play the game. Alright, there we go. Let's see if we come up here and we can get it to kick out. Huh. There it is. Don't know what I did, folks, but I did something. Alright, so shutdown. We gotta start. Let's get the bleed on. Parking brake finally set. I don't know why it wasn't. I'll check to see if the settings changed. Levers are idled. And we'll turn off 1 and 2. Okay. Beacons off as well. And Brake fan off. Fuel pumps. Alright, so that takes care of that. Let's take a look over here. The jetway should be connected. Alright, let's take a... Okay, and that is it. Alright, so let's quickly step outside. There you are, folks. Oh, we got strobes still on. Dang it. Actually, put them there. Alright, folks, so let's do this. We're going to go ahead and we're going to replay the landing. Yeah, we're not going to replay the flight. Hang on a second, though. I did hear something. Manny Lozada, thank you for the follow. We sure appreciate it. Look forward to seeing you on future streams. Let's take a look at this landing now. I got to first clear out of my Acres program. And VATSIM, unfortunately. I'm just checking real quick over here at Mac Air to make sure we filed. And let's see. Today is the 8th. I'm looking under the wrong one. Dang it. Going, why is my flight not showing up? I always like to make sure it's there just in case. Approval pending. Perfect. Alright, so that one's off. VATSIM is disconnected and closed. And let's take her back. Take her back in time. Oh, that looks like a good place. Close. Thought I did. We'll go back just a smidge further. And away we go. Let's take a look at this, see how the landing looked from a couple of views. Shame it was a long landing. that looked pretty good from that angle. Let's get her out there a little further, a little bit, and crank on it again. Let's take out this wing. See how it looks this way. Nice. Alright, well, that was also a good view. Well, let's roll it one more time. Take a look at it coming in the other way. I didn't catch what it landed at. I'll have to look at Sim Toolkit here in a minute. Nice. Very happy with that. Well, we're going to roll it back one more time. See if the Sim will be nice and let us get a tower view. Think so. And folks, we're going to go ahead and wrap it up with it coming in. We're not going to really see the landing much, as it is about 1.5 miles from the tower to the end of that runway. But I do want to say thank you, folks. Thank you very much for flying with us today. Once we get on the ground here, we're going to shift gears. We're going to bring up another flight and debut an aircraft here and see what kind of trouble we can stir up in it. But I do want to thank you all for flying with Mike. It's an honor and privilege and humbling at the same time to be able to fly like this for y'all. All the follows we get from today, Manny Lozada and Lord Wolf 134, thank you so much. We do it for you all, folks. I enjoy doing this, and the fact I get to present it to y'all is just a caveat. But thank you all very much. We're going to reset things up in here to fly out of Mid-America, not in the A320, but we're going to debut another aircraft and see how well we fly it. Thanks for flying with Mike. I hope you enjoy the next aircraft, and we'll see you in just a few moments. Well, folks, as you can see, the new aircraft unveiled. We're just getting the title put up here on the news run. Is the Cessna Citation from Coronado. Yeah, J Drums has been hounding me to get a business jet, so I got an old one. But still, I kind of like them. I don't like the narrow tube so much, but I like it, and from what I've read, it's a pretty decent buy out there. So anyway, that is what we're going to be flying today, and it's going to be, as we're about to change over the title, it is going to be from Mid-America Airport down to Meridian, Mississippi. Looking over at Sim Brief, let's go ahead and bring it up. Sim Toolkit, actually. Looking at this, we're going to see we're looking at about get a good mileage on this one or not. If I have to, I'll go pull it up. No, we don't. Okay, hang on a second. Sim Brief says we're looking at about air miles, about 426. So actually, we can pull that information right here. I forgot. So 426 on the air miles. So we got a little bit of a flight. This isn't a super fast airplane, but it's not super slow either. So the weather looks pretty much the same. All we've got left to do is put in our payload, which will be 2,530 pounds, 11 packs, and 3,615 pounds of fuel. So let's get in here. Let me, I'm going to pull that away. Let's first, there you go. Now you can see it. So we got 2,530 pounds of payload. So we'll come in here, weight and balance, 2,530, 2,530. And we're going to run out of here 3,615. Okay, and you can see it's not giving us much margin here, folks. So we'll go ahead and click done, and we'll click apply, and we are now loaded. So hope you all are ready for the flight, because I know I am, and we're going to get this rolling here. So Sim Toolkit. Okay, so there you go, folks. November 6863 is going to be our aircraft of choice today. We do have the ground power hooked up. Going to kind of get in a little bit on the plane here so you can all see it up nice and close. Still have all of the ground protection on it, the pitot covers, the engine, the cell covers, and all. But it's overall a really nice plane. We'll try and do it justice. Can't guarantee the greatest of greatest flights, but we're going to do the best we can either way. Baggage, by the way, I did not know this, or if I did, I just didn't remember, is actually loaded in right about here. And according to V1, who flew these in his build-up time to commercial flying, most Citation pilots, if not all, bumped their heads on the engine. So it is what it is, he said, and that's what they had to do. The GPU just helps them in getting started. The aircraft is capable of a battery start, but he said most owners prefer it just to go off the ground unit just to ease the drain on the battery. So we're going to hop into cockpit. First off, we're going to look to the back. Got us a nice chair here and a whole bunch of chairs back here. There's the doorway. So, it's really nice. And we'll get up here into the cockpit. All right, so let's one more time. That's right, we don't have it set up to go outside. Let's get out here and we're going to do one more thing before we get things rolling here. Let's get rid of the static elements. And let's get this pup ready to fly. Ground power, static. Now, I haven't installed one mod that he recommends for this. It helps get that shiny look to it out. I can see what he's talking about now. So I'll take a look at it and see what's involved. But yeah, it's got that shiny look, and we definitely need to get rid of that. So, all right, so we're back into cockpit here. We're looking right at where the door closes here to the cabin. So, and then we can hop up in the front seat, get rid of this. This lets you see. Now here's the autopilot. Again, just like the Navajo, it's really nice to have it here. There's also a pop out here, here, and this one as well. I think there's one. Nope, there isn't one below. But those pop outs here really help when you're trying to make sure your nav sourcing and all is correct. This does have an FMC located right between the pilots. Better view of it here. Also, the autopilot itself is right here as well. Coming up, here's the throttles. Now, these are a little tricky to use. I may have to change the way I look at this for future flights. But yeah, did a test flight a couple days ago. I knew something was afoot in trying to get this started. We'll go through that when we get going. But it involves these guys right here. All right, so with the aircraft ready to go, if you all are ready to go, let's go fly with Mike, shall we? And looking into the chat room there, Lord Wolf 134, thanks for hanging in there with us. The Big Makas, Henti, Chan, welcome aboard. Haas 0312 and Giabach or GiaBC, welcome aboard. So let's see if we can't do the best we can. This will be the first full flight that we've flown it, so it could be a little on the slow side. As I make sure I go through each and everything to make sure, we don't miss anything. We are on VATSIM at the moment. I'm checking in right now to update one of my bots. Yep, we are on. And where are you? There you are. Get this updated real quick so we can get it back and running so you get an idea how the flight's going to go. Dashboard and... Okay, we'll get that turned back on. And let's see, get rid of that. Yep, there you go. J-Drum said it exactly. This is a Cessna. This is a BizJet. This is flying with Mike, and you never know what's going to come out of the hangar. Okay, so we'll take it from here. So we'll go through our pre-flight checks and then get into it. Before starting, we want to make sure we did the pre-flight inspection. We looked at the airplane from the outside. Many of these items we're just going through as to what you would expect on the real plane. So you want to make sure the flashlights aboard in check, the fire extinguisher is checked, the microphone and headsets are checked, oxygen masks, documents and manuals, and the oxygen quantity check. Now there's something we can check. Hang on a second. All right, I've got to kind of remember how I set this up. Okay, oxygen is this one here. We just want to make sure it's in the green. Again, I'm still getting used to what this one looks like. Okay, from the oxygen, we want to make sure the control locks and all are free. And let's see, there we go. Okay, they're moving about. That's a good sign. And you can see the rudders down at the floor. There we go. Okay, so all right, so we're going to zoom down to this portion, the switches. So we want to make sure the gen switches are off. The battery's off. These two are off. Now to run the generator, it's on right now, folks. It's powering the aircraft. We're just not powered up yet with the battery switch. When we fire up engine number 2 first, we'll turn the generator on. Then the aircraft has it. They can disconnect the generator. Fuel boost pumps, normal. Fuel boost pumps, norm, down below. Igniters to normal. They, I believe, are already. Okay. Crossfeed is off. This one's kind of hard to see. Bear with me as I try to make it more easy to see. But basically you have left tank, right tank. I'm not sure which one that one is. But you can select them all. Okay. Gyro slave. That is this one over here. Auto. Okay, temperature controls. We want to make sure set the left hand. Forget why he told me that. Then the battery switch we want to turn on. Okay, battery switch is on. Standby gyro. Make sure the flag comes on, and it did. Turn that off. And everything lit up nicely, and we can turn the battery switch off. Oh. Okay, any skid, pressure, throttles, cut off. Engine synchronizers, those are right here, and they are in the off position. Windshield bleeds are off. That's these two switches. Battery switch back on again. Turn our avionics on. Do our rotary test. Okay, let's come back here. Basically, you go through this and test everything.
Left engine fire. Right engine fire. Battery overtest. Test.
Pause. System test okay.
Terrain awareness test start. Terrain awareness system passed. Terrain awareness test complete.
Left engine fire. Right engine fire. Ready.
Okay, and that's all the tests we do. Parking brake is set. That's the lever right there at my knee. My cursor is at it right now. Landing gear levers down, 3 green. Okay, no flags on the instruments for the engines, and we can now program the FMC. Fuel quantities are right here, and they are adequate for the flight. Gonna notice it's the X-plane FMC, so KBLV, KMEI. Okay, so our first fix will be Farmington. Followed by, we'll pull this up again. Let's get Sim Toolkit going. Close out. Then OFP. Come down. Okay, so we're going to go J35. To Memphis. Then we're going to go direct DILGE. DIL. Execute. Okay, so there's our route. We'll go to here. We are let's see, did Sim Toolkit allow us, or some brief give us flight level 300. 333. Okay, so we climbed to 333. Okay. All right, so we have that programmed. Okay, they're set. All right, so we got everything ready to go on the FMC. Okay, back to the checklist. After we get Sim Toolkit pulled away. Okay, so the FMC ATIS clearance copied on, we can then power everything down. Okay, then we do our exterior check again. All right, so let's give it a shot, folks, shall we? Let's get into the before starting the engine. So the chocks are removed. Let's get outside, take a look. Chocks are removed, GPU still hooked up. Seats adjusted, batteries, got to get back in now. Batteries on. Cockpit lights as required, standby gyro on. Okay. AC and master avionics. These two, I was told, have to stay off because during the start they could send spikes through that could damage the avionics, so they leave them off. Air conditioning off. That's pretty much these switches and these switches are all in the off position. Let's get the cabin door locked. And just so you can see it, might be easier here. Gonna open it. Here's your door. Then you just close it, and it's closed. Battery off before start checks completed. I'm gonna leave it on. Okay, so we're going to fire this thing up. Again, we're on the GPU. We can do a battery check. DC looks good. Fuel pumps are normal. Ignition is normal. Beacons on. Nav lights are over here. Engine 2 first. Okay, yeah, that's right, because you would turn the generator on, you can see it there. Okay, we want that off. All right, so to start this thing, this is fun. Get a little bit above it. All right, pretty much all you have to do here, folks. Click the number 2 or the right side engine. Come over here, move the detent up, and once it hits 8%. May want to set a, oops, that's what I wanted. You may want to set hotkeys for the detents. I'd have to go in and get that for you. But for now, that's how you'd want to do this. Okay, so here we go. Number 2, starting. Detent. We have a light off, folks. See it building up here. And get in a little closer here. N1's rising, N2's rising. N2 is just a digital fuel flows come up, and we're stabilizing out. Okay, let's continue with the checklist. Turbine reaches 8%. We've turned it on. Okay, wait. Engine 2 is stabilized. Turn the right generator on. Disconnect. Ground power. Start engine number 1. I'm curious. Can I hit the detent from here? No. There's your detent, folks. That's what you're looking for. Okay, you can see my numbers. That's what I wanted to see. Kicking over number 1. 8%. Comes up to temperatures. And give it a second here to build back in. There you go, folks. You got them running. As soon as we're spooled up, we'll turn the generator on. Then we'll turn the AC and the masters on. Starting checklist for the engine will then be complete. Okay, and we are now stable, so generator 1 is on. And there's our displays. Okay, folks, there's the engine start. Okay. Now, before taxi, we check our engines again. GPU is disconnected. Let's make sure it is. Gen switches are to gen. AC checked. Oh, I don't remember how he showed to do that. Galley powered. That I don't remember seeing either. Don't know if it's modeled or not. Okay, and inverters, belts, harnesses, we're ready to taxi. However, we need to turn our transponder on. Okay, do our inverter check. 1, 2, okay, they're both good. Transponders as required. Alright, navs. Alright, let's pull up, hang on a second here. I want to check something here before I pull it up. Perfect. Alright, so we got Sky Vector up. Oh, actually we got the other route on here still. Hang on a second. Oh, okay. Okay, we're KBLV, KMEI, and our route. Okay, that'll put us on a route. So this will give you another way to look at it, folks. We're coming out of Mid-America for here. This is Farmington's VOR. Right here, identified 1570. Okay. Then we're going to be aiming for Memphis. Memphis is down here at 117.5. I'm going to go ahead and put that in the bottom, as well as down here. Okay, even though we're going to fly GPS, it's always good to have it as a backup. Runway heading. Okay, we'll do it the old-fashioned way, it looks like. Okay, course. To Farmington will be approximately 200. Okay. All right, they're both slaved up. Okay, and that one's set for GPS. Should be set to go. Keyword, should. Altitude. Long way to go. 33. Okay. All right, radios and everything are now set. Let's go on with the taxi. So brakes, flight controls, we can do those. Flight controls left, right, center, back, forward. Okay. Our cautions off. Okay. Brakes work. Flaps, 7. Make sure they match. And here's our set, our slide, and here is the setting. Set our trim. Takeoff. Autopilot flight director. Flight director's on. Anti-ice, not needed. De-ice, again, not needed. Radio set, altimeter, or ATIS. Let's see, can we tune it in? I always have troubles with this. That's enough back there, Winston. Hang on a second, I'm getting this big old yoke out of the way for now. Alright, so let's see if we can get lucky here. ATIS for Mid-Americas on the map. Here, let's get the browser out of y'all's way. Should be 128.7. I rarely get these to work, folks. Hopefully it'll make a liar out of me. Nope, not working. Oh well, that is what it is. Not a big deal. Just gonna check one thing. It should be still scrolling, but you never know. Radios are all the way up. Okay. Interesting. Oh well. All right, so we're gonna just go with it. Okay. All right, we're not getting anything, so. All right, so we are headed out to the runway, folks. Let's see. Anything else I need? ATIS, altimeter and altitude, takeoff trim set, thrust reverse check. Okay. So what we got to do here, we'll do it from back here and up. I'm not going to be able to from back there. Let's do it from here, kind of down. It's not easy to see. Okay, there we go. Okay, number 1. We want to look for arm, unlock, deploy. Okay. All right. Speed brakes. Okay, there they are on that side and on that side. Flaps, trims, takeoff data. Takeoff at 160. Autopilot check. Crew briefing, taxi lights. And we're on our way, folks. Okay, parking brake off, recognition lights on, which I believe is that one. There we go, folks. We are on the move. Mac Air 572 taxiing to runway 32. Right. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and once we get up here on Kilo, we're going to start the before takeoff checklist. So by the time we get down to Kilo 5, we'll be ready for takeoff. And again, folks, thanks for continuing on with us as we take out a biz jet and see how much trouble we get into with this one. All right, so I do need to do one thing. Oh, it's already set. Good. Now, if we're going to be flying at night, your cockpit lighting, a lot of it's right here, folks. And Chicago Center's online. I've got a little bit of an uphill push here, so give it a little bit more power. Alright, so we got the basics here. We'll try to start refining this into a better flying machine. Let me check something on my autopilot here. Like what all of this means. Oh, I gotta stop. Hang on a second, folks. Okay. Alright, so we got the ACARS system running here. Sorry for that. Get our anti-skid on. Passenger signs. Oh, must have went the wrong way. The other half of that is. Okay, I do not know what's going on. That one's 4. Okay, I don't know what's gonna. I'm gonna have to relearn some things. We'll get this thing moving again. Sorry, folks. For the life of me, I can't figure out what's that switch. Okay, what's this one? Okay, so well, we're gonna just hope for the best that it doesn't cause a problem. Check of our okay. One more. Mid-America traffic, back air 572, depart 32 right. Alright, so we got a master light. Not sure what for. Go. You're up.
Gear up.
V2.
Alright, first time running the autopilot, so this ought to be fun. Well, there it goes, catching the flight route. Well, thank you for seating my pants flying. Still kind of doing that here. Just let it fly off at that speed, see if it'll maintain it. Not, we'll switch into VS. But we are going to turn off all the lights. Okay. And
10,000 feet.
get over here. I know what I didn't set. Okay, well. All appears well. Okay, well, we're gonna go with it. It's all we can do. Okay, sorry for being so quiet, folks. I really out of my element with this plane. Need to watch the V1 simulation video a little more. But let's take a look outside. Well, couldn't have asked for something better. At least we had a standard departure pressure. Well, we'll see how this works out, folks. We are on our way to Meridian. Again, sorry for the long pauses there. I am just feverishly trying to make sure everything's set right. Landing gears up, landing lights off, yaw damper. Make sure I have that on. I do. Engine. Climb power set. Don't know what it is. Aha! Found it. It appears to be doing pretty good on IAS. So we'll just kind of keep rolling here. It's kind of expecting a steeper climb out of it the way V1 spoke, but I must have missed that. Anti-skid can go off. Okay, and we got the light. Pressurization set. Look up here. Okay, keep these things rolling as hard as I can. Oil temps, oil pressures. Okay, and now we're coming up on transition. I wish I knew the cruise power setting.
18,000 feet.
Actually, I wish I knew wished I knew a lot of things on this plane. Okay. Just getting an idea of what things look like here. That one. Okay, well, we'll just kind of go with the flow now. We're up through 21. Pushing it in, see what happens. Do I have my wings on? Okay. Alright, so there you go, folks. We are now on our way. Hopefully, okay, making sure everything's set. Alright. Okay. Should be on our way to Memphis. So let's put that ahead of us. Alright, so now that we've passed Farmington, let's switch over. We're doing a little bit of VOR, a little bit of this, a little bit of that to get us a little bit there. Get my heading set right. Okay. So let's pull up Sky Vector again. Okay, so we've crossed Farmington. We're pushing to Rustler, then Kemmel, then Memphis. Now off Memphis, it's going to be 131 on the heading. Okay. And then we're going to be heading to Dilge, which is right here. Then we're going to be intercepting, and we should be in our descent long before then, to the Meridian VOR 117.0. So all right. Well, so far so good. We haven't blown up yet, folks. And I think, well, we're continuing our climb. I want to make sure we level off at 33. She keeps wanting to bobble a little bit here, and it makes me a little nervous. Now, one thing V1 told me about here. Now, there are versions of this aircraft that has the black boot here, plus the silver here. Mainly the silver here is, this is heat, a hot wing edge. But if it has the boot, well, you don't want the boot here because, oops. Remember what the boot does. It pops to break the ice off, so chunks are coming off, and if you put it from where the camber ends in, look where it goes, right into your engine. So here it blows behind it. Now another thing, you'll see barely, there's some dots out there. I gave them an idea what kind of ice accretion they have on the wing, so they knew when to blow the boots. Turn the hot wing on, you don't have to worry about it. At least that's how I understand it. I didn't fly in ice, so I don't know. That I rephrase that I knew of. So I may have and never knew it. But again, a nice shot out the cockpit. As we keep heading for Meridian. Making sure my engines are still looking good here. Can I squeeze a little more power to get us up there? Okay, just a little. All right, folks, and I will be right back and need to use the restroom, take a quick break. Oh, no, I need to stay here and make sure we hit 33 okay. Okay, so we're climbing out at a good, I don't know the power settings to be at, so we're doing the best we can, folks. Fuel looks good. We're just under 1,400 pounds. Oil and temperatures look good and pressure. What I'm going to do is now switch into VS here in a minute. Still got about 5,000 to go. Let's take a look at Sim Toolkit. Alright, so we will definitely make it. Top of climb is still ahead of the plane. So yeah, we're getting up there, folks. Okay, folks, we are reaching 33,000. The yellow light on the annunciator is the anti-skid, which I have turned off. And we're gonna just kind of keep pushing on here. See who we got out here still giving us a try. Judge Judy Slayer is out there. The Big Marcus is still hanging around, and Gia BC is out there. I hope y'all are enjoying our first foray on a real flight in the Cessna Citation. Alright, so here we come. Go. Easy, girl. Easy. We're trying to level off at 33. Don't be popping around. Oh, I like that VS gauge went to 0. Looks like we're leveled. That's pretty cool. Now let's see how our speeds do. They should go up. And we are. Good. I want to get up into the 300s or so. What do we got up there? Where's our red line at? So get us up here a little ways. See how we do. All right, staring us ahead, I think, is Rustler, then Kimmel, then Memphis. A little bit of hopping around, but that's not bad. Here, let me zoom in here and okay. There you go, folks. We're getting into the groove here. It's still wanting to hop around. But folks, we're leveled off. We're heading into, well, kind of following the Mississippi. I wish it would quit hopping like that, but there we go, folks, flying over Arkansas, headed towards Tennessee. Estimating 45 minutes. And if you don't mind, we're going to kick some music in the background. If it's too loud, let me know. My goal is to just kind of have it linger in the background there. As we cruise along, we got to get south of Memphis before we start thinking of coming down. We're going to be using the old standby. Let's think about it in our head when we come down. But we got to program the arrival and all, if there is even such a thing. Okay, no arrivals. Alright, so we'll put KMEI. Let's go ahead and take a look out there, shall we? Gotta get our winds and all still, so, you know, bear with us here. Let's, by the way, speaking of winds, let's get that going, get that going. Uh-oh, some toolkit's not wanting to play nice right now. That's fine. We'll try it again. Well, this is going to be a little rougher than I thought. Alright, current weather 310 at 3. Broken 3500. It's a 10-mile visibility. Okay. Guess we'll come in on Runway. Okay. I think we finally got it to work. There we go. Alright, so it took half the flight, but we're coming into Memphis now. Memphis stands 42 miles out. So folks, now would be a good time. Grab a soda, grab something, maybe even a bathroom break. After Memphis, we'll begin prepping for arrival. Okay, you're set. And looking at Sim Toolkit, got a little bit of weather around the Memphis area. All right, folks. Well, it is time to bring this into Meridian. We do a quick radio swap here. Actually, we'll do it here. And okay, can't do it there. We'll try it over here. Again, 17. 0 is theirs. About 28 minutes to go. All right, and that's coming off of Memphis. Okay. Real quick, get the heading set. All right, folks, let's do a quick descent brief. We are going to be descending here shortly. According to Sim Toolkit, it's going to look a little bit around. Let's get Sim Toolkit up here and see what it says. Okay, top of descent is right here, and doggone it, really bouncing around up here. Okay, hang on. Okay, so sorry, I've been moving it around. Top of descent is not showing up on here that well, but it is right in here. So we're preparing right now for that descent. It is gonna be roughly 33,000 down to, hang on a second, down to, we're gonna head down to 5,000 and then work from there. Currently we're going about 344 across the ground. I don't see where our engines, yeah, we're looking good on the engines. So let's bring up charts, get this approach brief done, and we'll be on our way. So top of descent is, man, I wish it would settle down. I wonder if it's, hang on, folks. Just did a big trim change. See if that helps it. Anyway, so we're going to be doing it right around in here. Let's bring up the ILS for runway 1. And again, across the top, these are if ATC comes up. We're not going to worry about the common traffic frequency because we're going to stay on 122.8. We can, we'll just go with this. That actually seems to be doing better. Okay. So we'll be looking to put in 110.1. No, it's not doing any better. All right. And a course of 11. Okay, and Marvin will be at 1,800 feet on glide slope, and our decision altitude is 200 feet AGL or 489 feet MSL. Okay, so we're going to come in. It looks like, we're going to have to make a choice here and do an arc. That's fine. That'll be perfect to bring us around. We'll go direct ABG here shortly. Okay, so our initial fix is ACZUP. It's 15-mile final. Then Marvin, which we saw was 1,800 feet. Then Zunuk. Here's our descent profile. Got Malzers, just like we did there at Mid-America. Pappy's on the left, Malzer, and here's our go-around. All right, folks, that's what we're shooting. Let's see what we actually end up with. Because we're real close on top of descent. Okay. See if we get it all. Okay. We're plugged in here. Top of descent. My bad, folks. 35 miles out. Told you we weren't far. Oop. Cut that out. There we go. Got to get used to the way this one's set up. Okay. Now both VORs are set up right now to meridian. So that is dead off the nose. And we are about to begin our descent. Check something out here. Okay. Okay, we're going to set our altitude to 5,000. $26 miles, okay. This is going to do. I'm just curious. See if it captures it. Okay, keep going here. We're at 16 to top of descent. I'm just curious if it's going to catch it or not. So, and well, folks, it's now about 4:20, and we're getting ready to bring in our second flight. Okay, so there's 12, so now we're getting into the meat and potatoes. I will be right back, folks. My dog is outside. I want to make sure he's doing good. Okay, we're 3 out. Sorry about that, folks. Just didn't want him to be out there getting hot. Let's see if this works. If it doesn't, we'll click out, select, and go down. Okay. One mile. Top of descent. It appears it did not. So we'll click out select. Okay, got a little bit of learning to do here. Nice, comfortable 2,000 feet a minute. A red line on the descent. All right, folks, we are on approach into Meridian, Mississippi. Probably one of those places hit pretty hard last week or the week before by the hurricane. My heart goes out. My prayers are with you all. Hope all is well. You're not supposed to do that, airplane. Cut that nose up crap. Set it for my heart and prayers go out to you all, folks. Hope the best for y'all. This thing is really rocking all over the place. I may have to fly this thing down. But anyway, I really do hope and pray everything is well for you. that we're able to get you on your feet back to some semblance of what might be called normal. But just heartbreaking what I've seen so far. All right, folks, we are coming down. Pretty brisk rate. We've got her on indicated airspeed at well, kind of zoom in on it here. Looks like at about 240. We're getting about 360 out of it as we come down. Okay, so let's go through the descent checklist since we're into it. All right, defog fan high. I believe that is going to be found over here. Kind of press in a little. Go to high on this. Foot warmers closed, airflow distribution set. Low max. Okay, anti-ice has required fuel, crossfeed off, crew briefing complete, descent checklist complete as well. Okay. I'll tell you this much. Ooh, really cooking now. Okay. Real quick, weather 2983. Okay, we've got the altimeter set as we get ready to cross 18,000. Once we get to 10,000, we'll run the approach. Freon cooling belts. I'm just getting a quick look.
$18,000 feet.
Okay, there we go, folks. Coming through 18. Keep our speed. All right, distance 13 miles. That's, oh, to, yeah, that's right. Dilge. I want to be at 16,000 then? I don't think so. This isn't going to give me VNav. $109 out. Wow, we're still way out. $47. And we'll keep it coming down. Yeah, we're within 50 miles now. Last look here. No lower than 2,700. Come into ASCII at AC Zoop. Then Marvin. Okay. Okay, folks, we are going to do the best we can here to do the best kind of landing we can. Got what looks like thunderstorms ahead of us. Yes, we do. Crud. Alright, tail end of them, though. So hopefully that means we'll be able to get things done here. So here we go. Alright, so let's dial back. Almost acting like an auto throttle, but it's not. Okay, there's Dilge, and we are now heading for the arrival.
feet.
Okay, lights on. Oh, sorry about that, folks. Okay, 25 miles till we enter the arc. Alright, let's see if I get any help on this as to speeds. Looks like that's a big no. King. Okay, we're coming into 5,000 feet. Which will carry us the 19 miles we need to get on the approach. Which I want to do that at 3,000. So we'll start a slow descent to 3 here soon. Okay, and that arc comes off. Oops. Comes off of Meridian. Yep, Meridian, 15-mile arc. Okay. Okay, we're about to hit the arc. Okay, let's take it down to 3. Okay. Okay. 220 is what we're gonna max out at here. Okay, lights are on. All right, so approach checklist. Altimeters, double check. Okay, we've got about 20 minutes till an update, so 2983, 2983. Rayon passenger seat signs are on. Emergency lights are clear, recognition on anti-skid. On. Pressurization checked and set. Avionics set. Radio altimeter and baro set. I don't know how to do that, I'll be totally honest. Here we go into the arc at 3,700 feet. Kind of underneath the crud. See how that looks for a screenshot. Oops, let's go here. Approach briefing complete. Passenger advisory, passenger safety, GPS set, approach checklist complete. Alright, so coming up next will be the before landing. We're going to start slowing this beast down. soon we're going to come out of GPS into BOR1. Hang on a second. Oops. Okay, we're going to have to eventually here intercept our ILS. Okay, we are level at 3,000. Again, double checking charts. ILS 110.1. Okay, we haven't got our approach course yet. Well, the good thing is we are VFR, folks. We are right now in the arc for the arrival into Meridian. TC is down. No thunderstorms, kinda, sorta, maybe in the area. Okay. Getting ready to make that final turn here to intercept. Okay. Don't want to come in too early. Speeds are looking good. Want to get the approach armed here. Good. Things armed. Alright folks, we're in the final phase of the arrival. Let's do the final checklist here before landing. Ignitions are on. Engine sync off. Never turned that on. Dang it, that was one I missed. All landing. Okay, we're going to be watching for a runway out here. Not armed up yet. Oh man. I know what I gotta do. Dang it. There's the runway. Okay, we're coming off autopilot.
Autopilot. Autopilot.
Twenty-five hundred.
Gear down.
Gear down.
Full flaps.
1,000.
1,000.
Okay, got the white over red. Here we come, folks, and I do not know my landing speed, so we're doing this by hope.
500. 400. 300. 200.
Stable. Landing.
100. 50. 40. 30. 20. 10. 20. 10.
Looks like Sim Toolkit was more forgiving than I would have been on that landing. So was Mac Air. All right, let's get off the runway and get into the barn, so to speak. All right, so we'll come off here. All right, terminal FBO straight ahead. Air National Guard on taxiway Charlie. That don't make any sense. Should have said Alpha. All right, folks, we've cleared the runway. Final checks. Anti-skid off. Pitot heat off. Anti-ice off. Ignition to normal. Standby tray off, caged. Speed brakes retract if out. Don't remember seeing them. And of course our flaps up. Alright, well folks, welcome aboard. Haas 0032 with a long line, thanks for following. Hope you've enjoyed the flight so far today, and look forward to seeing you on future adventures. Okay, we'll turn this way. Cross runway 422. Alright folks, well, we will take a look at that landing even though it was so horrible. Because, you know, even though I did a horrible landing, it still needs to be looked at, learned off of, so we can try to do better next time. But the good news of that horrible landing, I can log 3 landings. At least 3. There might have been 4. You know, there are pluses to everything. And we're just taxiing down. Let's get our landing lights. Whoops. All right, beacon on, landing lights off. Okay, everything's set there. And we'll just get past that orange hangar and we'll head for some kind of a spot in there. Not sure what we'll find, but we'll maybe put it next to that ATR or whatever that is. Looks like an ATR. Okay, so speed brakes, Freon cooling. We can we'll keep everything as is. Oh, no, that's a dork jet. Never mind, that's what we called them. So we'll park down here. It's supposed to be like the... Oh, those are fuel tanks, okay. Okay, let's get those parking brakes set. All right, let's make sure parking brake set. And get that beacon back on, recognition. Okay, all right, shut down. Parking brake set, transponder to standby. Avionics and inverters off. Air conditioning off. Throttles cut off. Now folks, this is again, same thing. Got them all the way back, but they're still running. So what you got to do is come forward. They have to come really forward and look back. Basically, you're gonna, and then pull them back. And we're gonna make sure they roll all the way back. Exterior lights will turn off here in a minute, but we will get the passenger lights off. Like I said, I'm going to leave everything until I get to 0, 0, 0, 0. N1, N2, all zeroed. Right, and finally, there we go. Now I'll turn my generators off. And welcome, beacon off, nav light off, shutdown checklist complete. Folks, fun flight, nonetheless, a lot of learning still to do with the plane, but we did have a great time, great flight. Want to thank everyone for joining us. We had a pretty crappy landing. So go ahead and submit it. We'll see what happens. They're calling it 514. I'm calling it a hell of a lot worse than that. But, you know, see how it all shakes out. Not worried if it doesn't get accepted, believe me. Okay, we'll close that out. We'll close that out. Last thing to do is we got to turn off VATSIM because they don't like watching us go in reverse, but I also want to go ahead. We logged it in at 491 on Sim Toolkit. Again, I have a hard time buying that one, folks. Let me see my logbook here. So anyway, we are going to do like we normally do and see what we did here in flight.
Autopilot.
Okay.
Autopilot.
Let's take a look here, shall we? And I'll be honest, that's not bad for not knowing my light speeds. Those are big ouchies, folks. Ouch. All right. Well, they are looking horrible, folks. How I got away with 500 feet a minute, not 1,500 feet, I don't know. But I counted 3 landings, so we can put in the logbook 3 landings. Alright folks, well, we're going to wrap up today with that. Not the greatest, we're going to roll it back one more time, see what the tower view from here looks like. Yeah, we're not going to see much. Oh well. But anyway, folks, I want to say thank you. It's been a really fun day for these 6 hours of streaming. Somewhere along here soon we'll see it bouncing along. But thanks for flying with us today, folks. It's been a fun day flying both the Allegiant flight from Jacksonville to Mid-America and then Mid-America down here to Meridian. Got a little bit of instrument work, a lot of learning to do on this plane. But overall, I have to say it's not a bad plane, just a lot of learning on my part. I hope y'all have a great Wednesday, hump day, rest of it. And if your day is starting off for Thursday, I hope you have a great Thursday as well. Thanks again, truly, for flying with Mike, folks. Those of you that joined us today, Andy Lozada, Lord Wolf 134, thank you. Haas 00312 has refollowed us again, so hopefully we'll see more of you out here. And folks, I'm just gonna let the airplane work its way in as best we can. Y'all have a great day, great rest of your day. God bless. And thank you very much. Y'all have a great day.